Mm-mm, mm-mm. Check. Okay. Yeah. 2000. Two minutes. I can't start before. I'll start at 6. Right in the front yard, not bringing it back. One minute. Yeah.
Oh, my.
It is 6 p.m. Monday, May 19th, 2025. I call this meeting of the Needle City Council to order. If everyone would please rise for the invitation. I'm going to ask our new Mayor Pro Tem Jeff Ortiz to lead us in the invitation.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for your guidance and providing us wisdom for the decisions we're fixing to make on behalf of our wonderful citizens. We thank you for a wonderful week, and we look forward to serving our citizens with due diligence. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Then they'll lead us in the pledge, the flag of the United States, and then the flag of the state of Texas. If you don't know the pledges are on the screens. First, flag to the United States flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor and respect the flag. I pledge allegiance to the United States under God, one indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated. All right. To comment the new line item on our agenda. At this time, members of the audience may comment on any city-related subject not on the agenda. when it comes time, if you want to speak on something on the agenda, you'll speak at that. All right, there's a piece of paper up there, anyone who wishes to speak, is on the podium shall sign in before the meeting of their name and address. Comments are limited to 3 minutes unless otherwise allowed by city council. The Texas Open Meetings Act prohibits the council from discussing items not listed on the agenda. But it does not stop you from, addressing council. A member of the audience that desires to speak, during city council consideration of any specific agenda item is requested, to notify city staff prior to the start of the meeting. Just notify me during the meeting, by going to the, podium and, recognize you. Okay, any questions about that portion or any portion of the agenda? All right. We are having to move something around. Our city attorney called me at about 1:30 this afternoon, saying that he had double booked this and his daughter's kindergarten graduation. Which begins at 6:30 p.m. So at this point, we're going to go into executive session merely for the consult with the attorney portion of the agenda. So make Mr. Levens able to watch his daughter's once in a lifetime graduation from kindergarten. So at this time, I'm gonna put the agenda at meeting at rest, and by saying the city council will announce that it will go into executive session pursuant to chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code to discuss matters as specifically listed on the agenda or as authorized by law. As I said, this is the one consultation with attorney, Texas Government Code, chapter 551.071 regarding legal matters pending or contemplated litigation, a settlement offer, or on matters in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the state bar of Texas clearly conflicts with chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including but not limited to the arbitration involving the former city manager and 2007 Avenue B. So at this time, the council and the necessary officials will go into an executive session. I will call Mr. Levens on the telephone, and there will be back out here. Possible. Thank you.
Yes, I need to be. Okay, it's much machine test line. And call. Yeah, yes, I know that. Yeah. Oh. That's good. Oh. I'm not so Yeah. Yeah.
Call. Yeah.
It's something about this one. And it's like not to me, it's I don't think it's listening for it. I don't like or yeah, that's really good. Like, used to do this. He invested. Yes.
Out of you, all. That's an hour. Yeah. But still, this is where the reason I like it was smart. Yeah. Got to be a driver. For 3 and 5, it's like yeah, like been over here. Oh, yeah. I was used to hear it. Yes.
I guess we kind of.
If you really don't look there.
Yeah.
It's not gonna get always. It's also. Yes. That's what makes I mean, I probably said, yeah, this is it's not something that. I probably. I have personal. And so I couldn't go out and go stuff here. Brazil. I so that story which I mean, it's and stories are still on the roof. Yeah. Receiving and you're not pretty area. That's why. Yeah. Yeah. It was fixed these problems. I'll have to do this. So I think you might. I can go for Okay. So. Section, you know. But. I'll say so. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah. He's. No, he's from the same bunch of time. Maybe. He's very well spoken. But
He lets them know. 70 or 60. Never had issues like this. Be nice to get the links on the city page, just take you straight to our engineers. You know? That way you're not spending too many hours there.
Some of it like had to be. Some of it I'm supposed to be in actual.
I'll say that. There are 2,000 solved inwards. Yes. So.
Here's the thing. That's all.
So.
Okay. All right, so to me, it's not.
I'd say it's fine.
It is, I've seen. It's interesting. So they need to. Four, same thing.
We've never said none of these things. That makes sense. You got something?
I mean, but I'm always like, okay, is there anything in the area where I'm having? Maybe that makes sense.
that stuff. Serious. It was something I did, but that's. Look at the heads. They start putting. That's
No, you got the wrong one. Like you're next three. Okay, yeah. So you got.
Yeah, it should be. That's not good. It's nowhere to go.
It's also happened to me.
Yeah. That's not good. That's not. Yeah, I just. Sorry. Oh, yeah.
Government, like, it's not, it's at least five, get it like, I was already, like, no, you post this.
Yeah.
Like for this price, you don't have to.
Yes.
It's actually. Usually, when I was gonna call. I got it the next day, she's like, not got it. I don't like it. It's not gonna say it's not with me. It's in me, like, takes out. So I still have to go to these. Properties, we're gonna get blankets that are taxes. Properties, so they're balance this without this. But.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Got it. I got one on each. It's for 465. There's one with that. That's what she wants. 290. And then there's one on the corner of Bill and Burnham. They want like 348. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Took it to the sun.
And disclose that. That's wonderful. Yeah. Right.
No, I was just talking about report of sewer issues on some CPU, so.
Not facing. Get a follow local law. So.
Yeah, yeah.
It is 6:41 and we are back. On the executive session, that part of the executive session. Has been very. Okay, now we're gonna go back in order of what was written on the agenda. And we have, consent agenda. I'll read it as written. All consent agenda items listed are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless the council makes a request, which I do at this time. Which event the item will be consent agenda and considered separately. And we're going to consider all of these separate because Councilmember Jones noticed something on the minutes that we need to fix. And so the first thing is minutes, today, 12/20/25 regular meeting. Councilmember Jones, you recognize.
Yeah, so item 11, that's going to be page 8 on your iPads, council, states adjourned and will be no further business. A motion was made by Mayor Albanese to adjourn the meeting at 18 p.m. That needs to reflect Mayor Darby for the closing.
Other than that, was there anything else, Councilmember Jones?
Yes, I'm going to move that we remove item B from the consent agenda and place item B.
I've already removed all of these.
Okay. Okay. I digress. Thank you.
But I mean, other than on the minutes, do you have anything else on the minutes? Correct.
No.
Any other member of council have anything from the May 12, 2025 minutes other than a motion to accept them as corrected? I'll accept the motion to accept them as corrected.
I'll make the motion.
Second. We have a motion from Duplant, second by Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz to accept the minutes as corrected. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are now on to B, April 2025 departmental reports. The first departmental report, actually, let's see, it's on page iPad, it's on page 9, it looks like. The first one up that is the police department is because 3 of us are new here and we want to know how what each department is doing. And now that citizens see the full agenda online, maybe they have some questions on this. So first up is Sergeant Casey Maxwell, the City of York Police Department. Mr. Maxwell, Sergeant Maxwell, please proceed.
Okay, for the April report, you'll see the first section listed in the report as incidents. Not listed in these incidents are sexual assault, juvenile calls, or mental commitments because those items cannot be presented before reasons positive. So over the month of April, the police department answered a total of 100 calls for service that resulted in a report of some kind. As far as our traffic, we had 22 minor traffic accidents and 5 major traffic accidents in the month of April.
What's the definition of those items?
Minor traffic accident would be anything from a fender bender to the collision, not involving anything major would be one of the most. So we had 22 minor, 5 major incidents. As far as the rest, minus sexual assault cases, juvenile cases, or mental commitments, we had a total of 40 arrests for the month of April.
Sergeant Maxwell, I know you can't mention the names, obviously, for those 3 categories. Can you mention the number of arrests, or is that too?
On the ones that are listed,
Right.
I don't.
Okay, but I didn't know if that was allowed to be at least the number given.
I would have to check with the public information guidelines,
Okay,
possibly, just a number of
correct.
in general.
Yes.
That's possible, that could be produced, but I would have to double check.
Understood.
Following that, you'll see a list of cases that have been referred to the higher court for the month. There's a total of, I didn't tally this up. It's broken into several different categories.
Looks like 33 adults and 4 juveniles.
Correct. So that would be cases that were filed with the district attorney's office.
Okay.
Then, charges filed in the municipal court, we had, these would be possession of certain substance cases, we had 1. Possession of drug paraphernalia cases, we had 8.
What kind of certain substances would be filed in municipal court versus sent to the DA's office?
That would be the, city ordinance that we have against the synthetic marijuana. It's not a state charge, it's a city ordinance violation, so therefore it's a certain substance.
Okay.
And then the municipal court hearings, you've got the totals on there. Pled guilty 59 defendants, it's got the fine amount, total for the month was $20,497.80. 13 pled not guilty and were set for pretrial. 11 took driver safety courses, 75 did not appear. And were sent a letter, for failure to appear. 51, that had a second letter sent to them and did not appear. 24 people took a deferred adjudication, and the fine total on those was $5,618. We have,
$6,000.
I'm sorry, $6,518.
Explain the late letter and the second attempt over that did not appear.
For people that do not appear to their assigned court date, they'll be issued a letter stating that they failed to appear. Contact them and sets a second court date for them to appear. If they do not appear on that, then that's a second letter for the failure to appear. They'll have a more issue for their arrest for failure to appear, as well as the fine that they have or whatever they're charged with.
All I know, the judge is the honor system. Yes, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Right.
Anything you say.
Right.
That's it. You continue.
Okay, so dismissed for compliance, we had 12 of those. That would be cases where you were issued a citation for your tail light working, or you were issued a citation for not having valid registration. You got those things fixed and you were able to have them dismissed and be coming into compliance. We had 4 cases that were reset. We had 7 bond forfeitures. That would be people that bonded out and then didn't show back up for their court date. The total of the bond forfeitures was $3,220. We had 39 people had a show cause hearing. 36 had a show cause hearing, and they appeared and paid fines to avoid going to jail. The total on that was $1,738. And then we had 2 people that were issued community service.
And on the show call series, the 2 different ones, DNA, I guess, at least did not appear.
Correct. Yeah, you have 39 that had show cause hearings that did not appear. And then we had 36 that did.
Any member of council have any questions for Sergeant Maxwell? And the report? Did any member of the public have a question about the police report?
Where did the money go?
Okay, yeah, by the way, in order to go to the podium and your name and your address, please. But we have to capture this in the record.
John Ortiz, 2011 Nashville. My question was, where does the money go? What's collected?
Sergeant Maxwell, you have an answer for that?
I do not know where all of it, I know there's different fees. Some fees are collected that go to the state, some go to the city. I do not know the breakdown.
Any other member of the public? All right, thank you, sir, for your report. Thank you. And next is Newland Fire Rescue, Chief Morton. That'll be the next contestant. Good evening, Chief Morton.
So
it's hard act to follow all that down. Looking through our report, our first section is the list of all our health services for the month of April. You see, we have 184 call service and various different things, mostly, as y'all all know, most of our calls for service nowadays are EMS. Big portion of that, false alarms from, fire alarm system account for quite a few. And there's, general service, all, is a big portion of it. If you look through some of the breakdowns, it shows you the, types of incidents, breakdowns of them. It shows you, the first page there, the first, graph was an analysis by detailed incidents. This breaks down very well what we're going through. The, next page is, more of a generalized kind of, moving into general categories. And again, the EMS calls, are the biggest portion of our runs.
And it looked like about 2/3 of them.
Yes, if you look at fires, fire department, you think if they call it EMS department, but it's the fire department. So anyway, the next page is analysis by property use, and you can see that the majority of our calls we go to are residential. For property use, and the biggest piece of fire residents outside the street. Last page is kind of shows the type of EMS calls we are responding to, which is our biggest call volume. We'll see there is quite a few trauma calls, general illness, and then kind of breaks down. Respiratory is a big thing. It depends on the time of year. We get into the winter time. Allergy season during spring, that shows up a lot. But that's pretty much it.
Any member of council has a question for Keith Moore? I had one question on the first graph, the analysis by detailed incident types. Find it here. I'm just curious, assist invalid, what does that entail?
That's somebody's failing India.
Invalid, yeah. Invalid, okay.
It's usually a fall. Fall tonight, slipped out of a chair or something, can't get out. We will just go back to go carry something. Go right out, the baby boomers are going to the age, right? So we're just taking a lot of it. Any other questions?
Any other member of council? Any member of the public? Hearing none, thank you, Chief. The next one is water plant. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Waste. Sorry.
Start here, something.
Yeah, I can start it. Yes, yes.
Go ahead. Go for it.
All right. Yes, sir. First, we'll start with on the water plant. For the month of April, there was approximately 79,842 gallons of treated water.
Would that be 79 million?
Yes, sir. That is correct. And then with the average is 2,661,000 gallons, with the max peaking out at 3.1 3.4 million gallons. As
Is that a high amount for this time of year?
it does, it depends, but yeah, we had over the last few years, it started increasing some. Over the last 3 years, I believe, is where we started seeing a noticeable increase. It's been more of a drier type season.
Okay. Would you relate it to weather or leaks in the system or?
Well, we've had leaks, we have some leaks, but none of them have been either major or critical so far. So it would be more of the weather. It seems to have,
It's a lot more yard water.
it's been, but it has been a pattern more so over the last 3 or 4 years. Okay. Then, on average, we take 20 bacteriological samples. They go to Sabine River Authority for the analysis. And those are taken, on a monthly basis, the same numbers. As reported there, they're all passed. And then,
Lab we use.
yes, sir. Yeah, on our normal routine, it's Sabine River Authority. Unless we have an, urgency or something over the weekends, then we could go to Port City of Fort Otter to take samples there. And then we've had a total of 30 hydrants were flushed over this past month. And then the turbidity, took a total of 179 turbidity readings. With 95% of those monthly readings were below that.
95% of our meetings must be below.
Below the 0.3, and they passed that.
And what is NTU?
Well, I can't call off then, I'll have to go pull it. So, per se. So, the unit, I'd have to go pull it.
Okay. Right. The next, yeah, the wastewater. Oh, right.
So that's the.
Okay. Which one you can cover?
It's the public works, they're overall.
And that looks like it's at page 45, correct, on your iPad.
Yes, sir. And the Public Works Department will cover the water and wastewater departments, the water distribution and wastewater collection, as well as streets and drainage, and then our waste. Okay. With animal control. Water on our water distribution side, we had a total of 43 work orders that were completed. And those are broken down into those different categories. If there's questions, we can come back to those on which one. It's kind of the sheets in the back, the last two sheets they will cover, kind of give a description of those items. With our wastewater, you'll see that we have a total of 59 work orders completed.
Where both y'all did to.
Yes, sir, whether it was a camera, where they camera 2 lines and so forth, and the clean outs, or whether they were replaced or cap screws were placed on those clean outs.
Street looks like that.
Street department is where we had 94 total work orders. We had a couple of tree limbs in there where we cut trees to clear some of the regulatory signs, stop signs and something along those lines. And then replacing of signs and so forth. Animal control, we had a total of 23 work orders. The work orders are not, they do not encumber the adoptions that we came through the animal control.
That's awesome. Interesting. And sanitation.
Sanitation is the residential garbage collection, and it covers that. There was a total of 93 work orders for that. And then along with trash is either limbs or other debris. It's not picked up through our the solid or residential garbage. There was just one ticket on that one, just from a missed ticket.
The solid waste quantities for landfill and green waste site.
Yes, sir. Currently, yes, so we're Where we're hauling now, we're hauling everything, all our greenways to the landfill, because our greenway site is, full. We're trying to work on the agreement with Energy Transfer to get that site open back up. So we're having to haul all of our greenways to the landfill right now, until we can get we'll get this company that does Novus Wood, does our grinding of our greenways. And we're trying to get them scheduled in to come in to grind out there at our temporary site there at the service center.
And Energy Transfer, what site is it that we have?
Off Helena, they're going in, we'll be reaching an agreement with that. So we're they're still working on the paperwork, and so forth.
What's the estimated time of that agreement?
That I'm not sure of, that's kind of within legal.
Okay. Then the work order descriptions of what's up page 40. Okay, what else you got for us, Mr. Wood?
I believe that's it as far as what I said. Submitted.
All right, any member of council have a, for Mr. Woods?
Well, we have an estimate on the number of feet that we've cut ditches since we started the process.
Yes, sir, it's been total so far, 12,000 or 15,000 linear foot of ditches that have been cleaned.
The contractor.
Yes, that's the contractor, Texas Drainage.
Okay. Follow up to that, the culvert cleaning, is that following that 15,000?
They're following, yes, sir. They're following that. It's not reflected in that because it's not. We have it created for it to follow.
And the city's doing all the culverts
It's
with our equipment.
with our,
Understood, thank you.
Mr. Woods, I have a question. Did I hear you correctly about green waste? Where are we housing that at?
to the landfill, public landfill,
Okay.
where we haul our residential garbage. Well, we have an agreement with them.
Great. I want to make a comment. I was on Hardy this morning and I saw a lot of tree limbs at the warehouse.
Yes,
What's going on with that?
that's in the back. That was our temporary site and we filled it.
And
So
how long has that been there? Those trees been there?
we started that when our original site closed and we filled that up.
And how long has that
About 2 months we've been hauling out. About 2 months we've been hauling to landfill
So that started 2 months ago, hauling out to the landfill.
and hauling directly. Yes, we pick up on the street and then haul directly out.
And so I guess my question remains, how long has those trees or debris been laying there? They're pretty old.
They have been, yes, sir. They've been probably within about 7, 8 months before that. So we've got about probably 9 to 10 months, I believe. I'd have to go back and double check.
So, is that a priority for us to get that out of there?
Yes, sir. We're waiting on our contractors. They've been, because the area they haul to in Evadale is not accepting it and they open the window short time. So we've been working with them to get us scheduled in. It would take about 4 to 5 days to clean the site.
Would it be inaccurate to say that those limbs that are there, those wouldn't be from Hurricane Delta, would they?
No, sir. No, they're just ones that we picked up over there. They're not tied to any. They would be hauled out separately. So.
Very good, thank you.
Any other member of council? Any member of the public? Okay, please come forward then if you get them, and form a line behind it's close behind the lady at the podium right now. Go ahead, ma'am, state your name and your address.
Or animal control,
Yes.
loose dog,
Mhm.
what does that mean?
One that has been called in, it's not on a leash, and it's running the neighborhood.
And what happens when someone calls about a loose dog in their yard? What happens when somebody calls?
The animal control officer is called to come out and start either capture the dog, pick it up at that point. If it keeps running away from him, then they'll set out a cage, temporary trap, catch him. Unless,
Okay. What if it is a dog that has been doing this for months and animal control has been called several times about the same dog? I know that there's a leash law.
Yes.
Or an ordinance, is that enforced, and if so, how?
it's enforced by the animal control officer. monitors that and to maintain the animals as soon as possible.
Okay, so he simply picks the dog up.
Yeah,
Is the owner contacted and
once the dog is picked up, yes,
are they fined?
they can be, yes, that's up to that, they'll receive the statement and that's up to the judge. When it goes to court.
Okay, I'm not following you. What happens between the
If there-
time he
if
picks
there's
up the
a
dog
ticket-
and you go to court?
Well, the dog is picked up and maintained in the shelter. And then the owner is notified.
Okay, and the owner is notified and told what, the dog is at the shelter?
Yes, it's been taken up, yes.
Okay, come pick him up and take him home?
They'll have to pay a fine for it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'd have to go get the exact procedure, I don't recall offhand on that particular incident. That's kind of in general what we're going about.
Can I call you sometime?
Yeah, ma'am. Anytime.
We figure out how to solve.
Yeah.
Okay, possum,
Yep.
do y'all, but I mean, do y'all, is that dead possum or is that something y'all have to come to pick up? Okay, I understand. Y'all can pick up raccoons too?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking back there.
I'm just curious, because we have those.
Okay. Yeah. Call anytime.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Name that. Bank or Little Red, 16 have what we have. Over, I mean,
Yes, sir.
got 23.
That's by city crew, that's not part of the,
But it,
no, it's not footage, it's just the number of culverts active in the attention. That's by our crews and not other, not necessarily not project.
they just plain, is that 1 10 foot or
That's depending on the work order. It could be 20 foot or it could be 40, depending on that work order, for the exact footage. It's based on work order number.
and the jetting method of the culvert, 15,000 feet so far. Yes, could be.
Yeah, as a,
And what is your definition of cleaning the culvert?
cleaning the culvert,
Yes.
where they come in with the jet truck and clean that up to the bottom of on the bottom flow line of the fire.
So,
Well, hang on a second. Said 15,000 feet. That was cutting of the ditch. Not the culvert.
No, that's what I'm
That's what
saying.
the dimension said, 15,000 feet of culvert. So.
No, he didn't. No, sir, he wasn't. No, sir, he was asking about the culverts, how they were in.
Yeah.
so when they jet the culvert, if you have said it, cleans up the bottom, you said it's been wrapping inside.
No, so there's just, they'll jet the truck. The pipe should be clean when they come through with the jet.
So.
Yeah.
They took a difference.
Somewhat, yeah, somewhat.
Well, right after the 15th, it was.
Okay.
And it's not, they said they'd be back and it's
Okay, I want to check on it and see where they're at.
very polite guys, but on the other hand, we're paying this company to shoot the ditch drive.
Yeah.
And they told me, because I asked him what's gonna happen with the blowback that's coming out, that's what they're blowing out. He said they're gonna have to grade off, go back, and pick that up, so they're gonna get lights that they're going out there.
Well, they're. Who, you talking about, you said the contractors.
Yeah, the contracts have to do,
Yeah, he'll pick up the material that he cleans out, yes.
but what they're cleaning out of the culverts, the blowback, they come
What
in.
go back is where our guys will come in and back it
So
out.
it's-
They're backing, well, they're backing, they should be backing it out.
So they said they're not.
Okay. Is it heavily, so we can find out about that, and see what actually going on the site.
I'm just, my question is, should it have been jetted after it or before the ditch was lit?
It should have been afterwards, because it works, it operates a little cleaner and quicker. Unless they point out the ends of it where they can back.
Mr. Villarreal, if I may, is your question regarding, the ditches are being done by the contractor?
Yes.
Afterwards, the city's coming by with the jet truck, for lack of a better word, and they're blowing the sediment back into the ditch that's just been cleaned. Is that what you're?
Right. And they informed me. Do that back.
Okay. Want to make sure I was following.
But most of it's backed out. If there's not, then yeah, they can come back in. They should be able to get the majority of all of it out at the back. if being loosely broke up and so forth when it comes out.
Yeah, each time it broke down, sorry.
That, I can tell you offhand, I know at least three.
Every time, yeah.
I know of at least three, probably, I don't, but exactly, I couldn't tell you.
Thank y'all.
Sheldon Shipley, 8765 Holmes Road. The truck that we just got in January, I call it the Dr. Seuss truck, it's like there's a big Dr. Seuss gadget on the front. That truck has already been broken down 3 times.
Some minor stuff on.
Okay, and, how many feet of culverts? Well, let me say this, I appreciate the reports. At council, I cannot tell you how informative this is. And we're all passing around the printed copies and talking about it, and we're amazed at what some of our city employees have accomplished. With that said, some of it raised more questions. I was very impressed by the police and fire reports in that there was addresses, dates, details. Is there a way to get the public works department report to look like that somewhat? I don't know what 6 work orders for curb stop is, and that's the first item underwater is curb stop, and there were 6 of those. If you flip to page 5 of this packet, it defines curb stop as a curb stop. It says repairs related to curb stops. This will include but not limited to leaking or broken curb stops. I thought a curb stop was what I parked the car in front of. So we use the word curb stop in the definition of curb stop to the point nobody back here knew what it was. What's a curb stop?
Where you tie into where the meter is tied into that point.
So
And that's what-
where a private line ties into the city service?
Tie, the curb stop would be able to, on the service tie where it ties into the bottom.
Got you. So we're city and
Where you should.
private
It's
connects.
part of your town. It can be considered part of it.
Okay, that was really helpful. Then is it possible to do the report where it gives the addresses of the 6 curb stops?
It can be, we can look at it and see what we can report.
I think that would be helpful. And then like under wastewater, there were a number of different categories. If there's something called in, at Mr. Duplant's house, and he calls in and says, hey, something's wrong, and you get out there and you open the manhole, you clean something out, then you decide to use the camera to look around, and then you find a stop up in the main line. Is that do you check all 4 boxes?
It's usually what is. Like when you said, if he, no, his curbs, if it, his clean out would be, if he called about stopping, it would be started at start, at the cleanup.
Okay, and I just know that I called in the bad odor
Yes.
at 3519 Avenue L, but it's 0 under odor, and I don't know if mine made the right report or where it would have.
Yes, ma'am, you did it.
Okay, but I don't know what category it fell in.
It would be, under investigation, it probably would be with the odors.
Well, there's 0 for odor, so somebody classified it as something different.
But it was also, it was in part, if I were.
No, sir, it was April
Okay,
14th.
then it would be, when they went out there and investigated.
Okay, so that's why I said it would be nice to see if they put 3519 Avenue L 4 different categories, or if it was just one. It might also be helpful as we manage our city, if we find out that there is a cluster of addresses in a particular area with a particular problem. I think that would give council some oversight as well as the citizens. I know that we said we've done 15,000 linear feet of ditch digging. I noticed that when we dug ditches in the past, we would go in, take our grade off and scoop and then dump it in the dump truck. And now we've got this thing that goes to the end and it scoops it like a spoon. Okay, except, I understand, except that. Yes, sir. Okay, in my ditch, it used to be real sloped, and now it's real deep sidewalls. Whose decision was that?
To match the flow line of the pipe. Where they grade it out, they'll shoot a grade if you were around when they did that, I don't know if you've seen.
That's the bottom.
That's the bottom of the flow line, and when they shoot that to get the fall, they have to make it slope back to the downstream.
I'm so sorry. Talking about from my yard over to I was talking about when I walk out to the ditch from me to the street.
Yeah.
It's steep sidewalks. Or the shape of it.
It's more of a traffic.
And I think that's gonna be much more difficult to mow. Was that contemplated when we did this?
To help with the flow, help with the drainage, the flow of the drainage, they had to set the grades where it would be enough slope was to carry the water.
Okay, and last thing,
Okay.
could we include in the report, in the Public Works Department reports, what's being accomplished by the contractor in addition to what's being completed by our city workers, so we have an idea of the overall accomplishments of Public Works? Sure, that's my thoughts.
Angela Finette, 1016 North 31st Street. Just a couple of comments and then a question. First of all, I think especially for this particular report, it's pretty important based on what the city is going to be speaking about a little later in this meeting. So I recommend that these monthly reports are done where they can be summarized in an overall report so you can see what's happening year to year and what's been expected and what isn't. That can be done in an Excel document. I would also recommend, as we're looking at these reports, that all addresses are listed and each type of repair that needs to be done, whether it's manhole, camera, they're all listed for what work is done at each property. So that if you have something that's repetitive or it's in a violation of what needs to be happening with storm and sewer, then you can record that and you can see that you've done some education protection. My question is there anything proactively that's being done, not just reactively for work orders, but proactively being done in the Public Works Department to inspect manholes or sewer lines, something that we're doing without having to call in response?
We're going out to inspect, we've already made repairs on the line, had it identified, and they're continuing to move, they're continuing to look forward and investigate the area, problem areas that they are aware of.
Can we list what those addresses are that we're proactively looking at and what those repairs are? And then item by item in this as well, since we're doing that work, we can list that out. And then that will also show the accomplishments and probably the needs for the department as well as you move forward. That's all I'm saying.
Ms. Finette, you're basically asking for a preventive maintenance plan.
I am, and then I'm asking for it to be measurable. So that each month you see you're moving that needle. Thank you.
Susan Tony, 504 Carriage. Wanted to talk a little bit about animal control. To address your question or some of the concern that you had a dog at large or dog loose. When a dog comes into the shelter, they don't give us their name. We don't always know who they belong to. So to immediately contact the owner of the dog, that's a little bit difficult. You know.
Not if I call you, because I know the neighbor's dog is in my yard. I know their name and I know their address.
That should and would be addressed. The other thing, there's so many animals that come into the shelter. Everyone that comes in, I noticed under the police department, they were given their calls for service. If they go out on a bite case, that would be part of animal control, correct? So is that included in their report, the bite cases?
It's on our report, no. Not that I recall, unless I don't remember seeing it broken out like that. It usually falls within the police, it makes a lot, but it can be added to it, though. I mean, I see what you're adding.
Because it's kind of what it's saying.
Yes.
Because animal control is involved.
Yeah. It can be included in that report, it wasn't just for additional information.
Unless a dog that comes into the shelter is microchipped
Yes.
or it's a repeat offender, it's hard to track down and
Sometimes, yeah.
yeah, that's what
And I was just responding to her, when she said she would probably implement.
Sure.
Saying that she would have the person.
And a lot of times, I mean, it's just one animal control officer. So he could be across town on
Yeah.
picking up a dead possum, and by the time he drives over to wherever, Avenue, whatever, that dog, the description of that dog may not be there. So I don't think it's maybe not that he's going out on calls, the dog just may not be there.
Yes, maybe.
That's all I'm saying.
Any other member of the public? Any member of council on something?
Yeah, Mayor, just wanted to make a comment. I do hear, this comment, and I think our reports need to be consistent. That's the first thing I noticed, when I got the packet. We need to be consistent in everything we do. I do feel like the Public Works, report lacks information. So if that's something that we can work on as a city, if it's software that we need, something that's transparent to the community, I would appreciate we look into that. Because again, we need to be consistent in everything we do.
By consistency, Mayor Pro Tem, you mean something like address of each of these?
Correct. Just like how the police and the fire have their reports, I think we need to be consistent in everything we do with report things to the public.
Seems like
Thank you.
it's gotta be documented on, so it ought to be easy to report on. I totally.
Thank you.
Any other member of council? Thanks very much. Mr. Wood. Good. Next, board. Departmental resource. Looks like the Code enforcement, thank you.
I had a comment on this too, Mr. Mayor.
Who's in charge? Yeah, Mr. There he is. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Jones.
Yeah, council page 28, your iPads and note there. I was going over this report and I noticed that we had 90 cases, 90 for the month. And all 90 of them. I'm glad to see that we're enforcing our practice ordinance, so to speak, and that can lead to a lot of problems. But I would like to see an array of enforcement actions on these reports, including but not limited to, dilapidated structures, rubbish in yard, disabled vehicles, all things that, I've seen when I'm about. So we'd like to see a little bit more enforcement on some of the other ordinance as well that could, bring the town, per se. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler, your code enforcement.
Yes, said United cases reported. It's all 88 of them. Now,
Is that 68, Mr. Wheeler? 68.
that's 88. 88 out of that.
Okay, on our packet, it said 68, that's why.
I see 90 created, 90 reported, 68 resolved.
Yes. Oh. Oh, well, on some of these, from what I understand, the program, he had to put in either high grass, and weeds, or accumulation of rocks. Now, or it can't be the code enforcement type, it can't be high grass, weeds, you understand? And, any accumulation of rubbish. Yeah. Now, what we can do better is in the comment, like when it's ditch overgrown, well, there could be high grass and heavy accumulation of rubbish. And, dilapidated building. But we'll separate out.
Yeah, that would help. So I want to make sure I understand clearly this rule. The code enforcement items, that has to stay high grass and weeds there regardless of whether it's rubbish and water, then not in back high grass and weeds, so it's one of the.
It's one of the.
Okay. Thank you.
You can continue with your report. Do you have any,
I don't have any other statements to say about this. This is what the enforcement officer that she is under me. If anybody has any questions about any of these, I can try to answer.
yes, sir, I do, just generally, you have two types of status, it's in violation or resolved. What would the next step be of in violation?
Well, on his reports, I don't know if he could put on there, like if it's not Saul said a violation, if he could add in there for the next step. Waiting to comply with the heavy accumulation letter that we send them certified. You know, in more detail that way, so y'all will know each step. It's in, we send them a certified letter, they have 30 days to. That's what. Something like that. So is that kind of what you was
Yeah, because
like to have it?
you know, it's something that's resolved, clearly, it's not an issue anymore, but in violation, there could be many things that follows. I just wanted to, if there was a way to, document that in your, either in under the status or in the comments as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Wheeler, I just want to comment really, in some of these cases, there's a ticket created. One is 6:41 in the morning, another is 6:43, 6:38 in the morning, 6:50 in the morning. So are these cases being created at that time and are we working that early in the morning? Is that a? Okay,
63.
okay.
63.
Thank you. Thank you.
If he was doing that, he paid with like a tar. It's already
When did he come under your department? Was it recently or
recent.
was he reporting to our former city manager before that?
Yes.
Any, member of council have anything to add or add about this? How about a member of the public?
Fellowship Lee, 8765 Holmes Road. As to the office for the building official, which now includes code enforcement, this is the only report that I saw. There's no report about inspections or permits. So there's no time for me to stand up and talk and say, hey, on this report, because it seems that that was not included. Is there any reason that we don't have a permit report for permits and inspections?
Yes, ma'am. Well, as we know that still have a secretary that's in training. The secretary's been retired since the December the 1st of 2024. So it's just been me. But we do have somebody that's been here that's took her place here. He's probably been in here about a month. So he's still in training and throughout all the other stuff, you know, him taking the calls, going in there asking questions and this and that. We overlooked it, but it won't happen again. You know, it's my fault. Basically, this is not his fault.
You'll have it on the next agenda.
Oh,
right.
next
And who's the new secretary?
He is Jacob Pitts. He's a local person, and from the water plant. Parks. Water sewer. And water plant, you know, it's in inspections.
That's all I have.
So I'm gonna make one comment, you guys, you just on the council, we get that report every other month. All the. Permits, everything comes out, so you'll get it every 2 months now. Dropbox. That's.
Get it every, like the other department reports? Or is there some reason?
I've been running every 2 months, a lot of data, yeah. So.
So next month will be the reporting month for that one.
Yes.
But then not get that.
Let's see how this does. We may ask for it monthly, but it's to keep it like, how long has it been like that, funding?
Since I've been council.
Thank you. Well, we'll have a discussion until the student. Anyone else have anything for Mr. Okay,
Yes, I do. I'm Kathy Evans and I live at 115 South Second Street. We've had an issue on our street and I've called everyone. Mr. Wheeler, code enforcement. The former city manager, Mr. Duque, worked with me extensively. We have some criminals who live across the street and they are facing charges now for theft and for, drug, possession. And they are ruining the house they live in. It is dilapidated. I understand from one of the neighbors who came to reinforce what I say tonight, that the grass is a foot high in the back. They have torn down buildings in the back, set them on fire, had the fire department out there. They have been without water from last June through November of 2024. They lived without it until their mother, the owner of the house, turned it on. And now the city turned it off again at the end of March. And as far as I know, they still do not have water. And so the man who is there, whose mother owns the house, piles junk on the street. And I have seen 20 feet at a time, seen it from his driveway to the neighbor's driveway. Junk 3 feet high that filled a truck that the city filled out, the whole truck bed above the top, and took 25 minutes for them to load. Now, my question is, what can we do? We have tried everything. Code enforcement worked with the mother. Then apparently she decided after she would evict them that I hear that she said she had been pressured and she didn't want to do it. So we don't know what the next steps are to take. Right now he has junk on the street. The time it gets cleared, it's put back on the street. We're scared enough living around them, was looking over our shoulder. As I said, I have at least 1 to 3 neighbors here with me tonight because of the problem on the street. Telling names, I'm not telling addresses, I'm not trying to hurt anyone. But we need a resolution to this, and it's been going on for 10 months, and it is still not solved. And a constable that I worked with too, he told me, well, ma'am, they may not go to jail, even though they're on, the man has 3 cases coming up. And he said they may not go because the courts are so easy. So what can we do to get the house in shape where we can live around it safely? I know they have rats. A neighbor told me they threw one in a trap over into his yard. He threw it back. I know they have roaches. I know things come out of that garbage. It's a very unsanitary and unsafe place to live for all of us. They've been getting water out of the ditch, presumably to flush their toilets. I don't know. But that's not good. We have widows living in this area, 3 widows. We have people with babies, 3 and 4 children in respective families, and I'm sure that's my timeline. Where do we go from here? We've been through every proper channel. Can you help?
Yes. It first came to my attention that there was somebody living there. I think it was probably maybe January, February. Somebody living there with no water. So I wrote the owner a letter telling them the violation, you can't live in a place without the water. So she lives in another city. And she came down like Miss Evans was saying, and she came and put water deposit down, they turned on the water. But at the same time, they had poured down a shed in the backyard. And they just flattened it, but the accumulation of rubbish was still there. So in my letter, we told them to clear that rubbish out. At the same time, you gotta get water turned. Get water turned on, and then, but by the time that the violation time period was over, their deadline, they did remove some of the rubbish, but not all of it. So took them to court. Took them to municipal court. It was probably in, early March. By the time the case came up, nobody showed up, so they had to reset it. And when they reset it, showed up, the owner, the lady, she showed up, the owner. And she probably convinced all of us in there that she was gonna go through the eviction process through the county. She was sorry and this and that, so she went and she did file with the county for eviction. And right up to when the constable, the day that the constable was gonna go out there and get them out, she called the county and dropped it. That was probably only about last week, but
The 15th.
yes, ma'am. So what I'm gonna do is this week, post a deal, posting on the door, have the police come with me. Try to go through the house. If we can get everybody out, I can have a contractor lined up to board the house up and then file a waiver.
Good.
Now, after that, I'm gonna put them on my condemnation. Here you go for the construction board of appeals to have the house pulled out. You know, because knowing this person, the son, he's probably gonna try to solve the plywood off to get in, I don't know.
Ms. Evans, do you have anything to add to what Mr. Wheeler said?
Just
Yeah,
that,
you can go to the podium, please.
I'm sorry, I'm very emotional about this. Yeah, I do. I'm very disappointed that all this has happened. I appreciate those people who have listened to me, Ms. Dowden and you, so. But, I hope that it can be resolved. Yes, he'll come back and saw that down and all his buddies, you know, and we've got to find a way around this, or our city is going to be, like I've talked about, Beaumont. Moved back here from the West End, I sold my condo. And I moved home to be safe and take care of my mother. And this is what I've had. I've had to buy an expensive alarm system with cameras. And I know they're guilty because every time I see them, they jump their heads. They don't want the cameras to catch them. But I have a lot of evidence, and also pit bulls at the house, roaming freely. And so I'm just asking you to find the strongest measure possible. He may be put away June 2nd in jail before you ever get to this, but then again, I hope you can find something really effective to do. And I'm begging you, I'm taking care of someone that I love dearly. And if she were knocked down or hurt by those people, and we know from cameras that they've bothered other places around where we live. And it's scary and it's bad. And I don't want to blow the house up or burn it down, and they will be back. So please find strict measures, and thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm so sorry that you had to, I cannot imagine this. Yeah.
Thank you.
What is so I'm gonna tell you this. I was gonna ask Mr. Wheeler some questions, he's already answered them, he has a plan. Okay. I'm gonna personally follow up with the city manager and stay on top of what's going on with this. Because you don't deserve, or nobody in the city deserves to live next to that, what you're describing.
Sir, my neighbor Daniel in the back has a baby and a new home from which they were stealing. They did not have it. And they just find a way around everything. So it will take strong measures. And thank you. Thank you. I'm speaking from my heart. Thank you all.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, sir, well, who's taking some kids?
Thank you. Thank you. And I spoke to Ms. Dowden this morning about this situation, and we're going to he said that she was going to use come from the federal government to call it a whole of government approach where you cut across agency boundaries to reach a common goal. We'll call this a whole of city approach where everybody's not stuck in their bureaucratic silo, let's say, and no one talks to each other. Things like this. This is a really serious situation. It's not. Mr. Wheeler's not the only one who can do something about this, but if he uses the police and the fire and et cetera, and different departments of the city start doing that to reach a common goal, I think we're going to improve our city in many ways very quickly. So thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Ms. Dowden, could you please follow up with me as you get updates on this property via email? Just provide an update, get information.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anything else from Mr. Wheeler from any other council? Mr. Members of the public, yes, sir, and come to the podium and state your name and your address.
Daniel Gates, 204 South Second. When the building is condemned, what about the backyard? Will be taken care of, how many?
Well, yeah, when we condemn a place,
Can you get to the podium, Mr.
yeah,
Wheeler?
when we condemn a place, it goes for the construction board of appeals and they hear it, and then they'll make the decision that it needs to be torn down. And then it goes to city council for final public demolition. And when they say it needs to be demolished, that needs clearing. We follow legal.
The backyard is horrible. She doesn't have to see it, but it's terrible.
And I'll say something here, whenever Ms. Evans called me yesterday and says the names of the people, this person, I was gonna say something else, but I'm gonna narrate. His father is now deceased, and he and I were friends like 50 years ago. So to see that an old friend's son turned out to be not a very good member of our city, disappointing. But times change, people change, and we as a city must adapt to the changes in society today. And I thank you, Mr. Wheeler, for taking the short plan and moving forward with this.
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else, any other member of the public? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wheeler.
Yes.
Okay, next report. Library, okay. Library? Library? So, oh, you.
Okay, so in the month of April, we had 9 story times, with 114 kids attending and 72 adults. We also had 4 open gamings, where we had 15 children. When I say children, that means 17 and under. And then 5 adults that did attend. We do have 2 book clubs where we had 8 total people show up. We did have some Saturday movies. Yes, they just didn't want to see those particular movies. No one showed up. We do actually have board game Saturdays on the opposite weeks, and those have been pretty popular.
What are y'all playing?
Board games.
Well, yeah, I did. Monopoly or.
Yeah, whatever they want. We have a bunch of different board games set up. They can pick what they want. So lately it's been a family that's been showing up and they spend, a couple hours just playing some board games and giggling and kind of fun together. I'm gonna talk about Meet Me at the Park, but it also has to do with the Parks Department. We had an Easter egg hunt. We had 68 kids and 60 adults. That's a lot of eggs. So monthly total for book checkouts was 3,107. Miscellaneous things that includes magazines, audiobooks, DVDs was 398, meaning 389. Our electronic checkouts was 1,542. A lot of those are audiobooks. Really enjoy being able to put it on their phone and be able to listen to it in their cars. And then we do have rooms that they can check out, study rooms, meeting rooms, and the conference room, and that was about 7 checkouts.
Any member of council have a question or comment for the library? With public. Thank you, man.
Thank you so much.
Good. That's the recreation, what's the left leg?
Good evening. I've got mine. Well, I know there's kind of a lot of information on our report here. This is kind of the format that I inherited when I got into this position. If there's other information or other format that y'all want to go about, I'm happy to provide that or do those things. We have a lot of stuff that's going on in the Parks Department, and you just kind of see it, it's out there. We just kind of bullet point highlights. Maybe at the park, we've been teaming up with Senior Center and do exercises twice a week with them. I'll save you guys the time reading all those to you. And then down at the bottom of the report, we have the actual numbers that go along with visits, the things that we track. So again, I won't read it to you guys, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Pickleball becoming a big thing.
Yes, sir. We can't have enough people, you know, they're gonna be. We got the outdoor courts that people have been using. We got wind screens that get those actually set below this week, so it should be going up soon out there.
Any council member? Member of the public?
Yeah, I do have one there. On the thing there, it's one where it's been an appointment that I've had since I've been on council is getting the restroom open out by the pickleball court for people who use that area there. I know we've had some vandalism and different things, and I've shown photos to the previous city manager. With the West Rose Park, they basically have a prison type sinks and faucets and things that can't really be broken. So I know a lot of people in public, you know, question that, especially on weekends when the rec may not be open in that area there. So I'd like to see us work on getting that back open on a routine basis.
Yeah, one of the big things that we kind of fall into is we have the equipment that is tamper resistant, it's kind of body that you're talking about. The issue that we run into, honestly, is a big part of locking and unlocking. You know, when we have I hate to say it, when you're dealing with those bathrooms, especially with things like that, when you open the door, you never know what's inside there. And by and large, the people that are working in our department on the weekends and after hours and evenings are pretty much exclusively like teenagers. And a lot of times teenage girls, and it's really kind of a safety issue with sending them out there at, you know, 8:30 or 8 o'clock, you know, dark to secure those. So I'd be, you know, willing to come up with a plan.
And I understand that, and as a kid, I worked for the city of Fort Natchez every summer and all that. In the evenings and weekends like that, it was a police department that unlocked and locked them. And I had a lot more authority going there, and I have to worry about a kid doing it. I agree with that. Thank you.
Any other councilman or member of the public? I thank you just about you, like finance. Man, tell us how much money we got. We're going to.
So the finance department can report quickly, it's two departments, it's the finance department as well as the utility bill, which is the meter department. So the top section on the report, you'll see that kind of our routine activities every month will be week. Everyone will probably figure that we have everything, it's very cyclical, and I use the bill weekly, everybody weekly checkers. But down below that, as the detailed statistics lined out. So accounts payable activities, we issued 222 checks, which consisted of 4. We completed 228 purchase orders, we issued 228 purchase orders and completed 122. Of course, we issued 1099 in January, so For payroll, we've had 2 payrolls in the month of April, so we issued 298 payroll checks, and that includes both direct deposit and physical checks for all employees. And we've got utility billing activities. We issued 7,297 bills for utility service. We did not do delinquent bills this month. We usually do that couple, 2, 3, maybe 4 times a year. It's a rather lengthy process and not very fruitful, so we don't do that but a few times a year. As of April 30th, we had 7,225 active accounts, which included 70 new accounts, 68 accounts that the customers disconnected and did not transfer to other services, and 4 that were disconnected and transferred to new services. And then we received in total, just shy of 7 total payments for utility. If at mail, my bill, that's about 2,300 in percent payments that we served this month. We had just shy of 1,198 customers signed up for ACH draft. 978 customers utilized our internet bill pay options, and then 3,180 used the city's website, the online bill service payment systems on there.
Just one question real quick, Stucker, on the ACH draft, is there a cost for that?
The cost of it.
To the customer who wants to sign up for that?
Oh, no.
As opposed to $1.25 charge, web pay.
That's correct. It's free and you can marketing saying last summer, and I trend my numbers and it goes up slowly, but I mean, so I'm committed to that. It's safe, we get our money on time, very rarely do we, I mean, we do have return draft payments that happen, customers may, we change the bank account, we change banks, and they could sell us, and but yeah, it's very successful.
What's the process for doing that, signing up for ACH?
You can scan the QR code, it takes you right to the form, you can submit that through the utility bill email, or you can come in, fill it out in person, print it out, fill it out. You just require either a bank letter with your routing and for security and documentation purposes to ensure that we're meeting ACH clearinghouse rules, and that we don't have all the returned items due to entry error on our part, or a voided check, either one.
I might be your thought, wondering, okay, something. Continue.
On the service orders, so those specifically again are to the meter department, so you're simply earlier. The audience asked about the curb stop, so we are focused solely on the actual meter itself. So we don't touch anything beyond that curb stop that falls to Public Works. Our meter department also is responsible, and we're responsible for all of the meters, but from a maintenance perspective, we our meter leaders are trained to take care of 5/8 inch and 1 inch, anything lower than that, for safety and training and certification issues also, but we rely on Public Works to cover them, but they do maintain, we check all of those, almost 7,500 meters or so in the city. So you can kind of see a summary there of the service orders completed. We have 2 meter readers, for a total of 287 completed work orders in April.
Any council have a question?
Yeah, your campaign, is there something that we can do? I don't know, maybe a discount for doing an ACH that encourage the other 1,000 people to do ACH. I mean, in this case, figure out why. I know it's worry about some drafting. Is there something else like that?
We haven't just talked about that in last year's budget workshops a little bit. So we've talked about doing either a discount for ACH or electronic type payment, or a service fee, if you will, or a different type of payment, kind of the same thing with paper bill versus an electric email. water bill, but of course, because you know, process and I need to print those, you all know what you do, you know what your little part of things. On money, so kind of goes hand in hand with the other thing. You know.
Any other member of the council? Question? Any member of the public have a question?
Baby boomer here. ACH Drive. I'm sorry, no, 731 area. Internet bill payments and online bill payments through the city website. What's the difference?
If you go to our city website, there's a link on there that you can pay through the city's website. It connects directly to our billing system. And that's when this Mayor Darby mentioned there's a service fee that can be charged. Internet bill pay is what we, in some individuals' banks offer a bill pay program through their bank itself. So it's whoever your bank is.
And is there a fee for that as well?
No, not for that, unless your bank charges a fee.
Right.
But it's set up through your bank and it comes to us through a third party.
So the only.
Yes, that's right. And that includes, you can do text to pay, or phone call. I
lost that included as well.
I'm not sure, I can.
Anyway, so it's not free.
It's been that way.
I write one check every month, then it's to the water bill.
And the reason for the fee, it is charged $0.25 for the software company that provides that service during the rest. So it's not the city receiving it, it's
thank you.
County to pay the license for your vehicle, if you pay with a credit card, there's a fee, write a check. Yeah, you write a check, there's no fee.
Any other member of the public? Thank you very much. Next. Get your floor right here, because you have.
We didn't have a general election.
Can y'all hear me?
We didn't have a general elections in April, but we had election preparation. Election machine training, the internal and accuracy testing for the machines. We had early voting. Prepared regular and special council meetings, 3 agenda packets, prepared 3 staff meetings, attended 2. Request through the Open Meetings Act 10, legal postings 6, legal ads published 3, proclamations 1, and we issued birth certificates 21, birth certificates processed 2, death certificates issued 5, processed 6, burial transit cremation permits 5.
Any record keeping of a city? Any council member requesting folder or member of the public? All right, there you go. Thank you very much. Any other city department? Oh, and you're going to get every department head, and their people for the work they have done, for the people that look forward to continue in the recruiting process for find ways into. Right. Next thing on the agenda is the tax assessor's collection report. That's pages 51 to 53 if you're on the IT.
Question, we can answer those. This report is through the month of April. The total adjusted tax levy is $7,908,453.33. And the collections amount as of April 30th is $7,136,368.59. which represents 90.24% of the total tax levy. In comparison to a prior year, the amount of property tax collected as of April 30th, 2024 was $7,299,787.77, which represented 90.41% of the total tax levy. The finance director recommends acceptance of the April 2025 tax collector reports.
I'll take a motion in a second to get the item on the floor.
I'll second.
Okay. Moved by John, seconded by Newplant. Discussion. Yes, is this amount 90.41% of the
Yes.
Is that typical? No.
Yes, that's why the comparison is there. The last year was the 94. So all property taxes are due by the end of January. And after that, you're going to get the majority of your property taxes in by that date. After that, it becomes delinquent and penalties are assessed. However, there are still taxes being received by the tax assessor collector with the county up until, we'll be getting, it starts to dwindle down even further later in the.
And the, for example, under 65 and maybe certain disabled, they can pay that January, March, May, and July.
They have an option, I do actually, they can pay quarterly. I don't know if there's another option because that's the only one that I'm aware of. Right, they do not, after 65, they do have some exceptions to getting penalties.
And so whatever is received and paid over to the city on that portion of the tax bill, it can get those in every month.
Absolutely.
Any member of council have a question? Or any citizen have a question about this report? All right. Thank you for we have a motion on the floor and a second to the tax or accept tax assessor question report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 5A, receive a quarterly hotel occupancy tax fund financial report from the Netherlands Chamber of Commerce. That's going to be on pages 57 to 67.
Excuse me, Mayor Council, in accordance with the Texas Tax Code, section 351.101.c, it is necessary for the city to review and accept the quarterly hotel occupancy tax fund financial report from the Netherlands Chamber of Commerce. Attached is the chamber's report for the 2025 first quarter, which represents January 1st through March 31st. On their balance sheets are attached, as well as their check register and income statement. On their income statement, expenditures exceed revenue by $2,791.08. I recommend acceptance of the reports.
In order to get it on the floor, I need a motion second. Second. Motion by John, second by Pro-Tem Ortiz. Forward. It's up to bat. What do you have to say to us?
Mayor, for the last 2 years, I've submitted my report early and come up here and had it accepted and voted on by y'all. I've never really given a report, but if you'd like me to give a report from here forward, we'll definitely prepare. Be happy to do that.
Yeah, it's yeah, we didn't do it, just because it's 3 of us that are new to this and we don't continue doing this, but at some point, I do have, I came up with a couple of observations on here. We have payments to Johnny's Lawn Service for cutting grass at the windmill and the Acadian Health. Looks like $540. Just monthly. Does the city not provide that or contract with y'all?
The city was providing, and 7 or 8 years ago, the city mowing team was just so stretched. They couldn't get everywhere as fast as the grass grew. And as a result, the park was often ankle high, sometimes more. They were just stretched. They were doing all they could do. They just couldn't get everywhere. And we feel like Tex Ritter Park is the face of our city. And we like to keep it looking good. So we hired, back then it was Fred Belair. And he has since sold it to Johnny's. And they keep it up, they mow, weed, edge, do everything. They keep it looking really good all the time, even if they have to come in scheduled and do it for tours and such. And that's why we started, it was a temporary thing to begin with. But, you know, the city mowers have a lot to mow. And it seemed like Tex Ritter Park was not high on the priority list because it often looked pretty shabby. And we want it to look as good as possible. That's why we have that expenditure in here.
So now I got a question on one line item. For $4,647, first quarter 2023 tourism admin fee.
During COVID, we lost a lot of our hotel motel occupancy tax payments. They just weren't coming in. And so in order to keep track of the hotel motel pays the chamber a $4,647 quarterly fee to run the museums and do the business and care for the museums, do maintenance on the museums, etc. So for 2 years, we couldn't take that money because the account just wouldn't support the payments. We would have bankrupted that account. That account covers payroll for the museum staff and a few other things, mowing, some advertising, etc.
Okay.
So we just stopped taking it. So now that we're able to take it again, I'm just trying to keep track of where we were. I don't think we'll ever be able to catch up, but that's basically where we are in the schedule of payments.
Yeah, because it does say first quarter of 2023. Tourism admin fee.
That is where we are in the payback. But we'll probably never get paid back. I was just encouraged to keep it on schedule so that we would know where. If ever we get a large sum of money and they can repay it. Wow.
Thank you. Any other member of council? Yeah. Any member of the public? Are you coming forward to the podium on second?
Shipley, 8765 Holmes Road. One suggestion I had on all the reports is some of us don't know who the department heads are or the presenters. In the future, maybe some of them could put their name on their reports. That might be helpful. I do happen to know Miss Diane, and I could probably get a unanimous vote, amazingly enough myself, that probably the best people in the city are the people that work those fine museums. And she seems to be pulling off mountains with a minimalistic budget. And well, the one thing that is missing in her report is the source of the income. I inquired as to that, and I believe we have 2 current hotel motels that are supporting this fund. And that is the Airport Inn on Highway 69. And the second one is Candlewood, which is behind, gosh, I just went blank and said the old Sandersons. Yes, I dated myself, I was gonna say Sandersons. And that's wonderful. However, our city issued a certificate of occupancy for a hotel motel on Highway 365 a number of months ago. There's not a sign out, and there's not an open lobby. I think it's called the Rub and Tug. I don't know the official name because there's no sign there. But I did inquire, and apparently the Rub and Tug is still operating. It's operating as a hotel motel, even though it doesn't meet the definitions, the terms of that. And yet it's not contributing to the hotel motel tax that it should be if in fact it's a hotel motel. So I'm still not sure if it's really the apartments that the owner said in his email it was, or if it's licensed as a hotel motel. But by golly, if we're entitled to the hotel motel tax and we could use that to beautify our community and pay for additional landscaping and additional museum hours, somebody ought to do something about that.
On that item, who's responsible for issuing the certificates of occupancy?
So George. I will tell you, and then Diana knows, dealing with the hotel motel, if it's a long-term stay, I believe it's 30 days, from what I remember, they do not pay hotel tax. That is a state rule.
Mayor, with all due respect, this is not on the agenda.
The income of the hotel motel is on the agenda.
Shipley, but what you're talking about is not though. The address that you stated is not on the agenda.
Balance sheet.
I understand your comment, I'm sorry, I understand your comment, but what you're talking about is not on the agenda.
Or the balance sheet 20. It has income listed. Where does the income from which hotels? Now it is.
No. Candlewood Suites
Candlewood
and
Suites, yeah.
Airport Inn. Thank you.
But, there's a process to get on the agenda now, working with your ward, council member, and, I think the Mayor Pro Tem is correct, discussing that particular property is not on the agenda. It can be put on the agenda. For that, and I encourage any member of the public to use that procedure, get anything to turn on, put it under the Open Meetings Act presented on what we cover in the agenda, things on the agenda. I understand where you're coming from, but do this the proper way. I don't want to get in trouble with the Open Meetings Act on my first full meeting. Any other member of the public for the board? All right, thank you, board. And that is a motion to properly set the Fort Lee Hotel Occupancy Tax and Fort Lee Chamber of Commerce. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. The ayes have it. B, discussion and possible action to approve of Schaumburg and Holt Incorporated for smoke testing. Council is on pages 68 to 72 of your.
Your council attached just the proposed work authorization from Schaumburg and Holt Incorporated for the 2025 citywide sanitary sewer system study that would include sections of the city other than the western section that has been tested in the past year. At the April 14th, 2025 city council meeting, Schaumburg and Holt submitted a final report on the 2024 wastewater system amended study, western section. At that meeting, that the final wastewater amended section was presented. City council directed the Schaumburg and Holt representative to prepare a 2025 citywide sanitary sewer study to cover portions of the city. The study will include physical inspection of manholes, smoke testing of sanitary sewer mains, flow monitoring at selected locations, and analysis of 12-inch mains and larger in diameter. SPI will provide a weekly progress report, will include a list of manholes that were not accessible for inspection. The Public Works Director will work with city crews and contractor to provide access to those manholes. SPI will have 2 3-person crews performing the inspection within the city. Smoke testing and manhole inspection field work would be completed between weeks 1 and 13. With the caveat, completion is heavily dependent on dry ground conditions. Flow monitoring would be done the weeks 14 through 25. Will occur in the fall months to capture rain events. And then hydraulic analysis would be weeks 26 through 35. The final report, weeks 35 to 45. Cost breakdown is the smoke testing and manhole inspection, $514,100. Flow monitoring, $160,400. Hydraulic analysis, $88,200. And the final report, $43,200 for a total cost of $805,900. The funds for this project could come from or would come from the SSES fund as well as the 2018 wastewater bond fund. There are remaining funds in both of those funds to cover that cost if the council so chooses. Staff recommends approval based on the direction. So, based upon council's direction with the council meeting and this.
Yeah, now, I heard a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept, to retain Schaumburg and Polk to go forward with the citywide smoke testing, not including the area that we've already completed.
And as part of your motion, Councilman Duplant, which pot of money, you said there's two.
There are two. The SSES fund was created years ago to accumulate funds for the sanitary sewer evaluation system, so the city could stay on top of that. The funds that pay for the western section had already come out of here. There's not going to be sufficient to cover the full 800, but I think there's roughly 700,000 left in the SSES fund, and there's remaining funds from the 2018 wastewater bond fund that should cover the remainder.
So to complete the one and.
Okay, but
That's my motion.
That what you recommend?
What do you recommend?
well, that would be my recommendation, and then each budget year, it needs to be fully, funded, coming up with a plan to keep sufficient funds to be able to do these smoke testings each year.
You were describing it to me. I know we need a second, but you were describing to me today the SSES in your opinion has not been properly funded over the years.
I don't think 25,000, but no.
No.
I think that's. Much is being transferred into the SSE. You, never mind.
Yeah, I was saying.
And so 25,000, that might be something.
So we have a motion, we need a second. Second. We have a second from the council member to sign your, Mr. Jordan. You have anything to enlighten us on?
Well, not much more than Stephen already said. I mean, that's basically the contract as we discussed to do the entire city, and with the addition of hydraulic analysis to help find not only smoke testing, find where water getting in, but the hydraulic analysis find where water can possibly get out. So that would help find bottlenecks and open for any questions. So,
Mr. Woods, do you have anything to add to this time?
No, sir, we've already kind of discussed it, and they'll be able to get started early on in June, or June, when they'll be able to get started on it, so they'll be moving forward with it if it's accepted tonight.
Any member of council first?
Yes, I know, I thought I read it in here somewhere this weekend, I'm trying to find it. What was the timeline for is there a projected timeline to have this completed?
yes, sir. So basically the smoke testing will take place this summer through in about in August. Following the meeting by the flow monitoring, which we need rain mix for that. So that'll take place after that, and during that time we'll be compiling the data from the flow testing and compiling data for the hydraulic analysis. Hydraulic analysis takes place once we get the data in from the flow monitoring as well. And I think I've got the timeline. So basically total timeline is about 45 weeks is what I have estimated.
Weather permitting, of course.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that would be up to June of this year, till sometime in April next year, if everything goes on.
Yes, sir. Exactly.
That's pretty cool. Any other member of council have a question or comment? Member of the public. You just come up, you don't need to raise your hand anymore, just come up to the podium. The hand raising is not part of the rule.
Is there any, sorry, Angela, that's in North 31st Street. Is there any way that flow monitoring could be done at the same time as any of these other items to move this project through any faster? And why is it 10 weeks for a report to be?
Well,
do that. We had to get extensions on Beaumont Creek, and I thought that's from what they would do to make sure we would get parts. And as far as the putting together for that final report, we can operate this, we have a lot of all the projects, estimates all together. I do anticipate some back and forth with staff, putting together the product, so that's basically.
Last comment is can the city, well, two comments, can the city provide the base map that's being used for this project and get that posted publicly? That's my first question. My second question is there any way the city staff can accompany your crew so that the vehicles that can't be found, it's not that we get pulled off and then go back out in 45 weeks becomes 55 weeks? Because the sooner we're done with this, the sooner we can get this problem identified and fixed.
That's one of the things that we talked about, and we'll be providing a list on a weekly basis so that, you know, if there are manholes we couldn't find this week, then if that's available, that next week we'll be able to find those manholes so that we're not waiting until the very end and redo it.
One follow-up question is there any, will you be identifying repairs with the city that the city can do internally that they can start on while this is going on so that some repairs can be being done, so we're not waiting another year?
We will identify everything and allow, I mean, the city will make that call of what they want to, tackle. But we will definitely keep, I will be providing a weekly report to staff.
One more question. Is this being supplied to TCEQ to make sure that we're up to date with all our stormwater permitting? Because I know that that's got a year left before we have to reapply. Oh, excuse me, I don't know what's appropriate.
No, ma'am.
Well, this is supplied to TCEQ.
Yes, they've already received the western section report on yeah, we spoke with them.
Okay.
Any other member of the public that was?
Joel Shipley, 8765 Palms Road. As it relates to the other 80%, have we made internally any repairs on the 20% that we already got the report back on?
Yes, ma'am, we've made that our crews made the manholes and stuff, the other ones. Manholes were damaged past, well, we rebuild, they need to be fully reconstructed. There are a lot of debris manholes that were identified in that report.
Okay, so as it pertains to the first report that we got with over the 20%, have you submitted a report yet that like kind of follows up his report and says we did number 1, number 3, number 4, and number 8?
Yes, ma'am, and when that will come down to when we come in design phase of the project, where they complete the report. We'll have those supported, they'll have that information, and what has been repaired and taken off that list.
Okay, got it.
Whoever will be the design engineer.
I got you. I think my question was, has council, is there in existence a report that shows what's been done on that 20% study? Or is it just?
See, I have no, it had been, there's been no report submitted to this, no.
Is there any additional repairs that the city can keep making, or y'all dead in the water now until we finish this other 80%?
We've gone through the report to see and try to identify things that we can take. If there's like point repairs and so forth, we've looked at doing those if possible, yes. But by them doing this additional work, then what we can take care of in the field, we will take care of prior to the design phase starting off.
So as far as, so we don't have flow information for the existing, so you can't make repairs. So blatant problems that are there already, should we not be contracting somebody that made the repairs since our people can?
But I think.
I'm asking that question.
I'm sorry, yeah, we've looked at doing that, yes, and there are point repairs that we're trying to facilitate and get repairs.
I mean, short of the flow test, we know we have a lot of issues in the area that we've already done. Yeah.
There are areas,
and you've got estimates, projects to do, right? Why are we not going for those now and contracting them with either whoever y'all suggest or whoever we use to do this?
Funding, do we have a fund, do we have an amount we're which we might
Well, I mean,
require.
that's, I believe that was saying, I really don't care where the money comes from, we'll find it. Does anybody remember that conversation?
Yes.
I remember. Not just been wrong.
Putting up all of them, so I can understand. So then my question is what specific repairs and what locations have been done since February 28th, 2025 to May 19th to 8:26 p.m.?
That's my question.
The list can be. You can put together, see if it's a, yes, it is. Yes, I mean, I'm assuming that things that we've done, we've got pictures of them, because I mean, it's. We proved what you did, yeah, you write it down, whatever, we get. We should be able to report out on that basis, so we get them.
We can do a certain amount of work in-house, but
Right, I
we
understand.
can do that, we can outsource, but I think it's brought up, we were also kind of put on hold until this other stage came up. So
I got you.
we've not contacted any type with the design to do the design outside, waiting on this particular situation here. That's why we've kind of been on hold right there for that.
I believe I can speak for the whole of the council, since the council, this is a hot topic. We need ongoing communication, we need communication, we need this contract, I recommend, you're talking, I recommend we contract out this amount of work, because we can't have it, and it's hot and heavy, we need to do it now. Well, like Councilman Duke, like I said, we're gonna find money, we just need ongoing communication on this, so we can, as a council, be informed, and so that the citizens.
So I assume Mr. DuPont didn't need up my 3 minutes.
No,
Okay.
Wait, it's been 2.5 hours, okay?
Yes.
Let's,
I understand.
Okay, so as my recollection was,
Sorry.
yeah, as my recollection was that when we were here, we did the study, we got the report. The totality of the repairs identified in the report was an estimated 5.6 million. I believe City Manager Duque had suggested approval of 7 million. And I think the discussion at that point in time was, out of the 5.6 million, how much can our workers get done? So we're not spending 5.6 million, but spending 2 or 3. And I don't know that anyone was ever, at least in my present charge, going back over the $5.6 million bid and telling us what the city could do, and now what the city has done. And so I'd love to see that report. The other question that I had, no offense, this guy's been really nice, answered a lot of questions. What other bids did we get regarding the 80% smoke test, or the 80% thing? And my last question will be, maybe they'll go hand in hand. Would it do us any good to get the smoke test done, identify that, and get going on that without doing the flow? So who did the bids and then the flow?
So we, I'm trying to remember what that was. There was one company that did the proposal, prepared the proposal for today, is that correct? Okay.
Yes, but.
And that was done in what month? We recall?
April 14th, we asked.
Do you want to explain bids, so when you can give a professional that?
You can come up to the microphone, Mr. Wood, so.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. It's one, professional services, it's based on qualification. We can't go out to have formal bids and so forth. So with that being said, and yes, we've contacted Schaumburg Pope, and other than we've not, negotiated any kind of price, we just contacted on availability. A couple of other firms that they've indicated in late July or August when they can be available to start the work. So that's kind of why we're moving forward with the urgency that's been presented by council.
Well, the Texas Professional Procurement Act does state that top cannot be the sole. It doesn't say that you can't bid professional services. With the former city managers that was incorrect with all those bid. Government Code Chapter 2254, and it says that top cannot be the only reason, the sole reason of the law. but doesn't say anything, you cannot bid this sort of thing.
Well, Mr. Woods, were you satisfied with the report you received from, SBI on the other 20%?
On the first initial.
Yes.
Yes, they did a complete job. Very, as they mentioned, they had a delay because of the rain. Yeah.
We need to get these things rolling, and I think we can do, there are certain things we can do more than one other at a time. I know we can't study but 20% of it and come up with a plan because of the other 80%, that's clear. But if there are some repairs that can be done during this interim, like several members of the public have stated, we need to get that moving along. We'll find money, please, yes, to get that done. Anything else from Mr. Woods, Johnson? Okay. Think you can give the explanation you need?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. All right, okay.
Seconded.
Yes. It was seconded, yes, it was seconded,
I apologize for being redundant, but I would say that high priority would be that we would get reports every time we gather in the council meeting and let us know exactly what we have accomplished based on the issues we have with our drainage. Just so that we all have an idea of what is actually going on. I think that's a lot of the problems that we don't know as is because of the past. We may have answers we may not. So I would appreciate that Megan, hey, we went down this ward, these addresses were dug out, something. So that was just my comment. Thank you.
Any other member of the public? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Discussion and possible action to approve ordinance number 2025. Amending the fiscal year 2025 budget. That's pages 73 and 74 on the iPad. So.
So attached is proposal, it's 2025 fiscal year budget, 24-25 budget. The approved budget for mayor and council, their particular department was approved on September the 9th of 2024, prior to the election of the current mayor, council members, Ward 2 and 4. After looking at the budget, there are insufficient budgeted funds for both training and travel and telephone line items to allow members of city council to attend training and provide necessary phones for city business. I recommend approval. The ordinance has an attachment increasing, and I'll just go over the attachment A, amending the general fund body, utilizing unencumbered funds as specified by the budget. That was approved for the 24-25 year. Increasing the telephone line item 0111-6331 to $2,500 and increase 0111-6333, which is travel and training, by $2,500, which will provide funds for travel and training for city council members. The telephone expenses, there was no budget for that in the original budget.
I'll need a motion in a second.
Second.
Okay, now on discussion, let me do some explaining to the members of the public. Clearly, all the members of the city council have cell phones. For Texas Public Information Act purposes, it is highly recommended that we use city telephones for city business. That way, if a person wants to do a request for information on who have you talked to this month, we very easily hand that phone number. It probably is already in the system where they can be given to the people showing what calls we've made, what calls we've received. Other things like that. It is not recommended that an elected official anywhere in Texas uses his or her own telephone for official business. Now on the travel and training, we amended the, ordinance, last meeting to, follow the IRS, mileage rate and the lodging and meals and incidental expenses published by the United States General Services Administration. Those are used not only by the federal government, but by many, agencies, many, companies as a basis of, reimbursing, travel funds. These would be, this 2,500 addition would be to pay for, travel and training for, newly elected, council members training, done by the Texas, Municipal League, TML, highly recommended. There's other, there will be training, a conference next fiscal year, it'll be in October. For TML, it's their annual meeting, and it's recommended that elected officials go to that to meet other elected officials from around the state, share ideas, and general network. In any profession, it's better to have that networking than to go to a Zoom and listen to someone do a PowerPoint presentation. So this is the rationale for these two increases. It's not to give ourselves funds, another fund to carry, personally, I'm not looking forward to carrying around two funds. But for Public Information Act reasons, that's the reason why I would do it. I would be one of the ones that would want a phone. It's not required. So you may have a council member say they don't want it, but all the Public Information Act training says it's better to do that. That's all I have to say about that. Any other member of council? Any member of the public? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no? The ayes have it. Okay, D, discussion of possible action to approve resolution 2025-08, amending, we didn't amend the travel assistance policy yet. We're going to do that right now. Okay, sorry, as I described it earlier, and Ms. Dowd, I'll read the heading of this and save you some time. Resolution number 2025-08, resolution of the City Council of the City of Eagle, Texas, adopting the travel assistance policy and amending there's one too many names there, and amending the personnel policy to remove the travel assistance provisions from the personnel policy. Right now, the reimbursement policy is part of the personnel policy. Not a very good place for it. This would take it out of the personnel policy, and since it has to do with money, we would follow the General Services Administration and the Internal Revenue Service for the maximum amount of reimbursements. It would there could be needed flexibilities in there, but have to be. Ms. Dunn, I'll let you take over something that wasn't. So you'll
First of all, this does update the travel and subsistence policy, number one, like the mayor said, by pulling it away from the personnel policy. In finance has to monitor it. A couple of things, help me if I'm wrong. One of the things that I felt was needed was modifying who audits the travel expense reports after they're prepared, making sure they follow the policy, the expenditure, the receipts and everything. So that is being changed from the city manager to the finance director. They'll be doing a lot of that per se. The other item, and I will tell council and the public, is that the policy $10 per meal is not enough, maybe been over 18 years. So I could not find any of the last time that it was $10. I went back as far as I could.
$30 a day.
Eat light, man.
We've been holding to that. Please tell me.
To it, a per diem is, you get a per diem, well, you don't travel that much, so the employees who do, they, they're hours a year. That is why the mayor had recommended that modification. And, Heather, are there any other changes that we made besides the, per diem for GSA rates and the, modifying who reviews the reports? I think you covered all of them, that's, yeah. Absolutely. It's General Services Administration, it's a federal government, and it's based.
Always be referred to the federal government.
That's what this would do.
Eliminate.
That's what,
Changing.
that's what this would do, Councilman, do plan, it would just tie it to that, and whenever GSA changes every fiscal year.
Just like the IRS and follow.
Yes.
Say we're gonna follow.
And follow the IRS. Right now, for example, I have to go.
You don't need to give me. Yeah.
It would have to travel and council, chief, more have to travel next week. We need to change.
Yeah, got it.
Any member of council have we get together most, do we move second yet? Move
Yeah, second.
Okay, I moved it, I'll file it in second, okay, discussion by council. Discussion by the public. Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no, the ayes have it. Yeah, it is 18 years. Great. Yeah. Unfinished business, discussion of possible action to approve resolution 2025-03, authorizing publication of the notice of intent for statistics allocation, finance, water system improvements, and other water or sewer infrastructure improvements.
Items presented at 14th meeting and was tabled for further consideration, so I'm bringing it back for council to consider whether to table it indefinitely. And this all of these items refer to this item refers to the wastewater study that was approved, that was presented on the 14th meeting. And it was presented in preparation of issuing certificates of obligation. The second item, doing a reimbursement resolution for engineering services that you can be reimbursed once the bonds are issued. And then the work authorization for Schaumburg and Polk. So all of these were tabled at that meeting. So we brought it back because it was tabled and it was not.
But no, I don't see until we get the full scope of that. 17 tables.
I would accept the motion to table indefinitely.
Mayor, can we, I just had a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Can we postpone, a motion postpone until the end of the study?
Yes, you can say that would be a definite time, so it would be not, we don't know the date yet, but the end of the study would be.
Make a motion to postpone until the end of the study.
So
We have a motion and a second to postpone this be E, F, and G.
Yes.
I need to read all of them then. Sorry, I only read E. F, discussion of possible action to approve resolution number 2025-04, declaring official intent to reimburse expenditures related to the 2025 sanitary sewer rehabilitation western section project. And G, discussion and possible action to approve a work authorization with Schaumburg and Polk Incorporated for the 2025 sanitary sewer rehabilitation western section project.
I'm going to make a motion to postpone E, F, and G until the end of the study.
I'm second. We have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem, second from Councilmember Jones to take the second postpone to the end of the cell. Any discussion by members of the council? Any discussion by members of the public? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, now we have one more thing to go into executive session for. That is personnel, government code chapter 551.074, discuss personnel interim police chief. It is now 8:45, and we're going to go to executive session where it gets to the public.
Unnecessary.
We all have.
Well, some experience, if that's a last name. Everything that's earlier, as this is how services, it doesn't change it. But it's meant, but you can't see those as spirit. All the incidents, drivers to check it out, drivers and kind of sprays the history to state. They drive on Saturday. Say this, you can look into this as. Y'all, listen. But it's actually nothing about in post-concentration. So it's like there's always what it says to be to what the native started justice to have or it. I mean, the so this is like no chance of the and they said, don't know. He said, okay, there's Jesus and so now you can't be the one medicines. There's 6 feet on rates. It's we'll get it. That's just goes away. The city just loses that money. And then I think I remember son. And then so again, and so they said, my was license businesses. To their citizens. And then so it's out, and she's 21. Right. How are we serving this lesson? This lesson is to do this last. Always it was a generation of things. I have seen so ads. The Malcolm press UK vote. So the beside 2-3 years worth of compromise. It was just it's going to be, but it's not about an aid and you get props when it's going to enforce the yeah, he was doing something when he was like to see it's a weird stand and ask them to and still doing for it hasn't been the there's wonder there's nobody has servants in this thing. That's where we go. So we're doing this is what he's doing here, and this is going. You can't create it, the trust says I'll do it. Yeah. Tell me if you're gonna sit in, how you take it. Yes.
So you can't even smoke judgment and you just actually have a milestone, but once they reach that milestone, we need to assess the action statement for SBI. Yeah, it's a report. Oh, yeah, and that's what I'm getting at. Well, no, I'm saying.
It's 3 store cows. I can do that on my way.
No, I'm saying everybody, the water supervisor, whoever, like SBI, this is where you need to be by this day.
No, the SCI report from the Western section, it's 285 pages with pictures.
It'll put more pressure on something. Yes, and I've seen the times, yes. He's analyzed the data.
To be honest, worries about being intimidated. No, I mean, it's kind of obvious. Well, I mean, it's just. If you're not gonna have to come here and sit me and just about.
That says right there. One, I'm on the absolute one.
He does.
What's about, because one is about to be high. I said you before. What happened? What happened? How are your citizens?
You just say this is what's happening here, this is.
And what city were you?
But what's the goal? Is the goal this year?
That's what I'm saying. Said.
That's more in the law.
That's a.
I used to say, this is what I want to do, and then I own the goal. They haven't been taught it, and they've been, it's been a lot of people can tell you that. It's been, you know. I'm not gonna speak to that. Yeah, I like that.
And he likes that. And if our citizens are, there's a reason, but due to the way they should. Once a quarter.
I don't think they can respond to that back in. But.
We'll say, we should report.
You can't don't have experience.
These black people? For us, yeah. This is what we can do now. Start repairs. Yeah. That way we're always progressing. We're reacting.
No, for the sewer system, we're waiting because that would be a major bullet wound on the other side of town. We don't fix that, and you fix a lot of problems in the city expensive. So, you know, I understand how it's well waiting, but I can understand how it's sensitive. You know, when products,
Oh, we're not. Is this the latest news?
I know these things for those about that. So it's like that would be in a problem.
Another one?
She said, we and he said, well, I don't know. And then oh no, I'm sitting there doing something, but I'm trying to remember. English, Irish, no, it's gonna still break the connection. Not early. It's me. Next thing that keeps me running. If I had to find her,
Yeah. Well,
but my thing is
But it's just kind of, there's. I live in the schools, so if you do. And you get it on phone, you. Now, if you want to bet $5, I've named it interim chief.
Can we make a motion?
Yeah. We never know who's serious, man.
Oh,
Lord. Don't get ahead of me. Lot of process.
Got 6 more seconds.
Oh, I'll take that. Okay. Sound great today.
Well, you, figured that out with the police team. No, see.
Oh.
No.
I'm trying not to back you on.
I mean, you, like, I like, like over.
Oh. That's cause. Well, it's not work.
The strictly, thank you. Police team, strictly. No.
They're pretty often. Meeting, open, dinner, circle hall, meeting, text me on. Anything else?
Strictly.
Well, you're using it on your, taking them walking on the way on the street.
Next week is last week for, one, next week.
The phone, you're supposed to walk for traffic, you can get out. We're supposed to have you find the wood. Yeah.
Feel like I don't want to see somebody coming back. I can't dodge them from behind.
Okay, see, look.
Take my mobile light.
Yeah.
I'm on. I put lights on this year.
Like the deal. So how do they have them scattered now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to know all the ones that are wide and blue. Electric box. For the one it's on the street.
They legal?
Okay. It's ready right now. Yes, it's legal.
Awesome. Good. That's one off.
Okay, so apparently Facebook Live is still like, really not gonna be the police or anybody. Everything on Facebook needs to calm down.
Yeah, it's really.
It would definitely be a warning.
Bullet in the pocket? Yeah, one bullet.
I know those, that's like, Legos, travel on the road, the left part. That's great.
Yeah.
About 10,000.
My used car.
Well, news, they tell you you're gonna be there for 47 hours.
I'll be here more than $10.
Sort of stick on that assignment. It's a long night.
Right. You seen that? Absolutely. Well, 2.5. It's a 2 Yes. Okay. If I can say you involved in safety. It's like about to make one day. You see, say, stop what you're doing. Yeah. No, just like that. Yeah, water. Oh, they trying to get. Yeah.
So, whoever's talking near the microphones, they can hear.
They already followed everything. Follow.
I think Angela Finette should be president. Everybody for Angela Finette for president. of the United States.
Who?
All opposed? Hey, carried. Cameras on.
For that reason. John, get by the mic, so.
What you say?
Well, I was gonna say that.
Probably. Yes. Watching. You see, Johnson. So. Yeah. Yeah. Nobody got. I'm not spending all, but I know they're taking all. He's gonna be busy. Sick. No, it's good. Oh, yeah, very good. It was playing possibly, so we need to put it back. Maybe probably 1,000. Okay. One big thing. You mentioned the following. Choose those. Oh. They is actually. Yeah, these are interesting. The bacon is maybe. Cool, you go out there and. But the city. Is it? No.
I mean, I'll great question. Great.
Richard. There we go. Those are cool. Yeah, love this corner, just pass you off. Track things. I don't know.
I made that decision last week, decided to show myself. I'm sorry, I zoned out. Say it. So. So, so those, let's be. And then 2014, it's so yes, that's right. I don't know what you do, it's not nice. Daddy. Yes. Yes, I know. Yeah, it
Show you all the box. Yeah. Yeah, big ones.
It's then. But to access it back. Okay, so you're better, you're so. Just think about it. They're tasty. So nice. Oh. There was me. The brand. Yeah, yes. We did only figure that out. So they are. So. And it's been over.
No problem.
I was there. I don't miss it. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it was a day. Right. And then it's that. Yeah. We're supposed to be. That's right. So you start. Yeah. But let's do. Yeah, I was saying, but so Claire will get your readers, some here, because I don't break these. Yeah, that. I just tell you what, how.
You're scared of. They get a video behind the door.
It seems to you say that. Yeah, because it's really that's like the look of it. Let me say I had really next year. Yeah, so we have to share these people and these. Didn't have been but throw up. It's sort of this someone. As you follow it. And she oh yeah, I it's she said that. She said that. So long there. It's like, no, I find everything. What's this? Oh God, that's so. Oh, you got one. What?
Listen, I'm done.
I like it.
No.
Nothing, I did not say.
First, bring it up. Hey. Well done. The box is fire. Okay. Right. Well, always with you out there. No, I'll follow suit. Yeah, sure.
The butter, they can check it out. Well, still on me, for the share. But they saw that. Smarter. Was positive. It was fun. Upstreams, yeah.
They're gonna have this thing to be careful. That's what she was doing. Yeah, what's it? We. It was, I mean, since like, it was like. Yeah. You were telling you, I'm a good Christian man, so I was not my spirit goes those times. You gotta put a love of God. There. Yeah, sure. I'll take it up. Still like it. Oh, Dan. Ooh, there's like left about 8 months my first holiday. There was a lady that it's well, and she was more to that. Why would be? Yeah. Yes. You look like things we have.
It comes to LSU. Wife's first baptism was he was the soft there, you know, which is not. Yeah. Right, falls. It's very falls.
Is it Dwayne?
Yeah.
He said.
To the ant post. Emotions. Yeah. That's it. One day for the this was definitely open down. Scared to all of that. See that. I'm always on the same. Yeah. Oh, Brits. Yeah. Yeah. So it's using money. It's fast. Y'all singing about them going a lot. Y'all started to drive. Sure. Trying to eat them.
She's like every evening. I do. My dog has to be able to leave for hours. I don't think it's past up the. I will say that every week. There's a little. Yes. The day we move. That's the way. It's almost, it's not as bad as a storm that we next to it. It's awesome. It's very for it, it's just their way. Like, what you study for that. Especially with there. It's strong. That's something. You don't know. Well, so.
You got your own home, I'm living, and you got moms. Oh, I'm sorry. You got it? Maybe I'll just really combine this. Your adults know, yeah. I mean, it's a technique. He walked across the street. I saw him. I knew it. Go for it. Awesome. Okay. So, what they concept. No. Oh, this is just a data deal. When you read the piece on the side here. And when Allison told me that she saw a vision that was two couples. Like this couple, and he told me my house again. On South 14th?
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking. But she's new there.
No, she's been there. Is that the one that's there? Yes.
Her dad.
Yeah.
She can hear us.
She has a hard time talking. She called one night.
She thought my dad was inside dead. Because two came.
Yeah.
Shoot. Yeah, she on foot.
She had a system on the phone, communicate with. And this person said that I'm going to go to the system, communicate with the way hearing every person. So now let it be. I'm going to tell them exciting. And ladies, they said, what if she lives now? She went dropping that bomb. So, talking. Savory trash talking. So. Here. You can fix one of them, please. Yeah, she's saying. I broke the guy's finger again off. She was still the boyfriend, wasn't it? Her side. Who's her side? You. Yeah. He's just like there. What's the name? Yeah. Yeah. What? So something's happening first. He was wondering what.
Oh, yeah, I was.
I don't think you can do it. This bad is. You know, because I told them, I think just tell someone, she's a little rude today. A couple days later, she's like, "It's all right." Yeah. We called them, and she was like, "Cute, thanks for the warning." Oh, yeah, she's been calling the post office and everything.
Let's keep that in.
I want $150 saving thing on the ball. Yeah, she. It's like. Yeah, she. I think he told me. Yeah. I have people that I need to. She comes to my porch. Yeah, just on the fence. She lived across the street from it. Yeah. 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 I don't live over there. One of you said and killed. Yeah, but yeah. Well, you know, who was mine. It was a bomb. Well, I heard one was great. She went to they escaped. Take that. And the other ones, somebody way over in for the ages. Hey, my wife thought it. I didn't get that. I'm just thinking. Why didn't you already think? Think that should have that. They lost here. Did you put the 3,000 to vote? Did you? Who's got it? You can have the Johnson. So. So we doing the age, you're paying 20%. And he starts another policy. So like that. So. Well. This is just. The interim. Yeah. Yeah. No. For him. Either. Starting. Down. Stocks. Usually. That's not.
We ordered Domino.
See, nobody delivered, thank you.
No, y'all were in there. You already ate it.
That was from.
The time is now, 9:41, we're, back, and we've reconvened from executive session. We've reached number 7, reconvene its regular session and discuss and take action, if any, on items discussed in executive session. And number 8, discussion and possible action arising out of or related to executive session regarding interim police chief.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Terry Morton as interim police chief pending legal review.
We have a second.
I'll second that with an amendment to it, if I may, during that interim period, that we will increase the salary by 25%.
Councilman, do you plan to accept that, Brennan? And I said, we have a motion and a second to, pending legal review to name Terry Morton as interim police chief. To increase his salary by 25%. That would begin June 1st. And, we hope that would hope that wouldn't be for more than 6 to 8. We're gonna get the hiring of the police chief, on the form real quick. If I can inform the citizenry, Chief Morton is not going to be applying for the police chief job, so we thought it would be wise to have someone not applying for it, and to show that everyone who applies for the job will not be have any sort of leg up on anybody else. Everybody would be equally considers. There would be no, we would equally consider them anyway, but to show that there's absolutely no pre-selection. Any discussion, council?
Comment, they'll be serving a dual role, police chief and fire chief, correct?
That's correct.
I have a comment as well. Chief Morton is a commissioned peace officer in the state of Texas.
That's correct. In order to be a chief of police, you have to be a peace officer, commissioned peace officer through TCO, Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. And he happens to have that license. In addition to being qualified to be a fire chief.
I'll make one more comment.
Yes.
Just to make it clear. We wanted to make sure that Skinner was not already going to apply, so therefore it will eliminate that whole process, and we didn't want to appoint someone that might apply to negatively affect the discussion, right?
Yeah. Right.
Bring this multiple times with Bush when he filled the commissioner role. He took that with the intent that no, he would not be applying or running for that position. And that's what was happening here. We know Terry will do a good job. Terry's stepped up for the interim city manager for a few days there. And he's been a backup to the city manager multiple times over the years. So we just look forward to Terry filling the role for a little while.
And we're gonna check it out, do a legal review to make sure that they can both pass. We're not aware of any, but we're just gonna check. Yeah, better to check than be sorry later. Absolutely. Okay, any other discussion? No? Okay, hearing them all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Item number 9, discussion and possible action regarding the engagement of council for legal representation related to the arbitration with former city manager Chris Duque. Are there going to be any changes, council? We named one last week. We the report to the citizens. We had we reviewed a total of seven attorneys, including the 2 we looked at last week. To have a little more due diligence. And we did that. And I would ask if there's any intent of changing our plan from last week. Hearing none, we're gonna stick with Mr. Simmons, I believe was his name, and I'd ask Ms. Dowden to contact him tomorrow and copy me on the emails, so because I will be with if the council allows, since I have experience in arbitration over 25 years, I'd like to be the liaison with him from the city.
Yeah, also want to make a sort of point on that, because I've had people ask the question, why we're not using our city attorney. And the answer I've given to them, arbitration is a special,
Yes.
basically the standard city attorney, so that's the reason for that. So people asking that question, so I'm gonna answer.
Yeah.
I've done dozens of arbitration hearings, not as the arbitrator, but as one of the representatives for 25 years. So I said, I am not an attorney. Many attorneys cannot make that transition from court of law to arbitration. Arbitration is much less formal. I would think it would be somehow simpler, but there's not as many legal, not many motions in such an arbitration. Basically, who did what and why. So that's what the arbitrators find. Or try to find out. Okay, so no change there. I would like to state that we have several committees in this city, and one of them that we don't have is some sort of since we're gonna have a lot of infrastructure work over the next few years, I'd like to have at the council, we have some sort of public works and infrastructure committee. We think it would be beneficial to have something formal, or just ask citizens to do that, because it wouldn't be a permanent committee. I don't think it would be for a period of time. The council's thoughts on that. And we'll digest that. And so we're going to, yeah, we can review that information. Yeah, get that on and send it the next meeting. Get into. And I would like to maybe follow the pattern done by other cities at their council meetings. The city council is the middle five, or however many there are. The staff is over to the side. I've talked to Ms. Dowden. She would not have a problem with this, as our own city manager would have it, to where mayor sits here, 2 and 3 sit on either side of me, and 1 and 4 sit beside them, and a city manager, city clerk, and so forth, over on the edges. What's the council's thought on that?
It's a city council meeting. Doesn't matter to me. I'm good with whatever y'all want to do.
Yeah. Good. Like that's everything. You're not your head.
Yes.
Just, yeah. We'll do that for the next meeting then. Okay, that doesn't require anything, just require moving of name posts. One moment, please. Ladies and gentlemen. Turn the page here. Anything else we need to discuss? Council, anything overlooked?
Going back to 4 o'clock meetings so that we can have a decent amount.
5:30 for 6.
This is an anomaly. The department reports, I think, need to be done for you guys here. This is not going to be a great or anything. But I think it was more detail, reports from the department that can be done. And they now they're posted. If like member council says, hey, we need to consider that report, we'll take it. So, yes.
Mr. Mayor, we have comments yet before we adjourn? Go ahead. Just want to let it be known that I've been in conversations with the interim city manager and the IT director to get some speakers installed in the lobby. So when we have these overflow meetings that we've had here the last however many months, citizens can hear, and there may be a visual component to that as well. What I can say now is we've discussed having some speakers put out there for everybody. So yes, just a comment. Any other member of council?
Okay, it is now 9:50 p.m. Third meeting adjourned.